Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome everyone in the TEF's YouTube live trading room and VIP room as well. Hi, DVG. Hi, Clifton. Nice to see you. Brian, good morning. I hope the sound is okay. If it's not, please just let me know. Well, let's see how we are going to continue this week, guys. Seems like that it was a huge drop yesterday, and it just seems like it did happen. Actually, on my side, it was a very nice and green day. Also, I just made two green trades after each other, but I was quite satisfied. One on TQQQ, the other one, it was a perfect Microsoft daily low breakdown. So I really hope you had a fantastic green day and ready to continue to go for more to the upside indeed, because seems like the market today it is ready to go a little bit higher, not lower, as the futures are in green and even the triple Q 1.24% at the moment, SPY 1.09, and we are waiting for Tesla earnings after the market close. So interesting day is ahead. Hi Leviathan, nice to see you. Good morning to you. Okay, guys, so let's see what did happen yesterday. Well, as you could see, huge red day on the market. I was afraid of this 20 EMA reversal, which has happened actually. And I've told you that this 510 level is going to be the next very strong support. If 515 it's over, and actually, as you could see, it went even slightly under this 510 level. Also, I must tell you that the volume was thin thanks to the Easter Monday indeed. And it has touched this 510, even a bit lower level. And after that, it just pushed back over this 512 on the SPY. But even like that, it just shed 2.36%. The Nasdaq was down 2.55, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average plunged 2.48%. So really, really big red day on the market. Hi, Blake. Good morning to you. Tara, good afternoon. Nice to see you. Welcome, everyone. Lee, good morning. Nice to see you as well. Guys, crazy days coming, going, and seems like it's staying. So seatbelts on again, because I guess Tesla is going to make some nice fireworks, especially after the market close, because we are waiting for Tesla earnings. Okay, guys, what happened? Why the market was so much down yesterday? Actually, I was talking about this little problem between Trump and Powell, and seems like that it's getting even more serious, as yesterday the US President Donald Trump just intensified his public criticism of Federal Reserve Jerome Powell, stoking fresh concerns about the central bank's autonomy. So indeed, this is definitely rattled the market investors again and the traders. Plus, indeed, to that, unfortunately, seems like that this trade war is not coming down at all. Indeed, far from easing. Actually, the geopolitical backdrop grew just more fraught, with China issuing a stern warning to the other nations against forging trade agreements with the United States that could undermine Beijing's interests. So now China is getting really serious about this trade war indeed. Hi, Jim Lee. Good morning to you. Nice to see you. Okay, guys, so this is what has happened. Also, the markets are on a small pullback now after the latest dive of yesterday. Also, the treasury yields are continuing higher, but the dollar just dips farther to the downside. As I mentioned you, the dollar is on 3 years low. Until this point, guys, though, the gold is just pushing for new all-time highs. It's just checked in over the 3,400 level yesterday. Amazing, actually. So definitely the uncertainty uncertainty and fear is still brewing here. We have though some great candidates for today for trading. I just read some news about NVO and LLY, plus some earnings stocks as well, as this is definitely still the earnings season. But let's just check the headlines so far. So indeed, Europe just ended quite of a red. Only the FTSE 100 ended in green. Asia section was quite mixed. Nikkei down, Hang Seng up. And as I mentioned you, the DXY, which is strengthening a little bit now, but still on this 98.50 level. Futures nice and green. Gold, as I mentioned you, it even did it touch the 3,500 already? Let me just check it. Oh yeah. New all-time high on the gold again. Amazing, really, really strong indeed. So this is what we see. And the Bitcoin, surprisingly, started to really play a quite of a safe haven role in this turbulence because it looks like resilient, another 1.50% higher now and marching back to this 90K level. So seems like the Bitcoin related stocks can be an interesting play for today as well. All right, what else here? Tesla earnings could offer hope for the stock, but this has to happen first. Well, let's see first what is happening with the Tesla. I was just phrasing it like the Tesla is it at a crossroads. In my opinion, I just wrote it about this in the newsletter, and the reason for that, as you know, that since Elon just got this involvement in this politically charged of this Doge. Indeed, since then, he just got a lot of criticism, and don't even mention the trade war, which just harmed the Tesla and the deliveries and everything like that. So it seems like that this rising tariffs, the political participation of Musk in the Doge, this is definitely not a great year for the Tesla like that. And everyone is very curious how it's going to be continued. Might after that it's still not sure, but there are rumors that might Elon Musk is going to step down or back from this Doge. Then this is going to be the first hope for the Tesla investor stockholders that might he can just rewrite the narrative with that, and hopefully the numbers is going to help too. Hi Alamu, good morning to you. So I must tell you, I was really precise when I was just calling Tesla at the crossroads. So let's see what's going to happen. But Tesla earnings going to be released only after market close, guys. Okay. In the meantime, as I mentioned you, we have a lot of big movers, not too many, but some like Mondabo, Zion, CALX, G, and VO, LLY, so a lot on the watch list. We are going to speak about them soon detailed. But of course, I just would like to remind you, if you have any questions regarding trading, test funded accounts, challenges, anything like that, please just drop me an email. Unfortunately, the Easter promotion ended yesterday, but if you just feel like you still want to participate in these great prices, drop me an email. I try my best for you because I just got an email that some of your trader from the room, trader buddy, he just was a bit too late to apply for the Easter promotion. So in this case, I can still do something for sure. Just drop me an email, please. Okay. All right, guys. Now let's see. Hi, Steve C. Good morning to you. Let's see these candidates. And please, guys, if you have anything on the radar, please just let me know. I'm just going to move to my list first. I mentioned you GE actually. Oh, we have a breaking news in the CNBC, guys. IMF slashes 2025 U.S. growth forecast to 1.8%, citing trade tensions. Well, I would say I'm surprised, but not really at all. Of course, also the SPY and triple Q are still staying into the green. So let's see what is moving today. Stocks making the biggest moves. GE Aerospace stock moved higher 4% after reported a nice earnings and topping the estimate. So let's see how does GE look like at the moment. GE is up 4.58%, 165,000 on the volume, not bad at all. On the daily, we definitely need to break this 187 first. The reason for that, there is the 20 EMA on the daily, as you can see my cross here on this green line. And if we do break the pre-market high, might it can even march more higher towards this 190 level. So GE, there is no doubt we need it to our long list. So first of all, long is going to be started with the GE. Hertz Global is here as well, 2% lower as the rental company rallied 112 yesterday on Bill Ackman's investment news. Now it's just pulling back. We can just watch it on the secondary list, in my opinion. I think we definitely should watch it together with the PRTR, in my opinion. PRTR was such a crazy mover yesterday, guys. So PRTR and HTZ going to be on my watch list. Zions Bank Corporation, 4% lower after the week report. Zion is not a big mover, not my ultimate favorite for day trading indeed, but let's see, might this can be an interesting short candidate for today. I'm just going to put it to the short side. Hi, Todd. Good morning to you. We're just talking about the big movers, and this is what I try to get into my watch list. Not all of them, of course, only the ones which are eligible. Okay, Triple M comes next, 6% higher, nice pre-market volume, not nice daily chart, but as it is just about the 200 EMA, let's see whether it can go higher on a news of 6% after the first quarter results beat the estimates. Very well done, Triple M. Usually I don't read that stock. Actually, I don't know why, because it can be a really crazy mover sometimes. So Triple M can just go to our long list. Amazon is here as well, 1% higher, delayed some commitments around new data center releases, particularly international ones. Wells Fargo said on Monday, Amazon Web Services is one of the leading providers of cloud infrastructure. Well, not only Amazon is strong today, as I see even Meta is higher, definitely NVIDIA 1.57 higher as I see. Apple green, Google green, Microsoft green, but definitely Amazon is the strongest. So let's just put it to our long list. CALX, Technology Services stock 15% after it exceeded first quarter earnings expectations on the CALX. Let me just check it. How does it look like, especially on the volume side? Not too high volume, but it can be a surprisingly great mover despite of the fact that this is just a 30-something dollar stock. Now it's up $38, might marching higher to this $40 level. Just because of the not really high pre-market volume, I'm just going to put it to my secondary list. RTX is the next one on the earnings side indeed, which I'm going to watch today. RTX Corporation at the moment is down 7%, high volume, and I love the daily, especially if it can break even lower of the pre-market. This can be a very ugly day for the RTX to the downside indeed. NVDA was a huge loser yesterday as well. As you could see, it even broke some $95 level almost. So 3 big red days in a row with gaps doesn't look good, but now seems like it's just ready for a small reversal. We don't know it yet, but I'm going to watch it, especially if it's hovering around this $100 level. So NVIDIA, it's quite strong today. Let's see whether it can continue higher. Next one, Verizon, shares of the wireless network operator 4% lower after they said it lost more postpaid net phone subscribers during the last quarter than were expected. Also, they still beat the forecast on the earnings, but it's still down a lot. So let's see how does Verizon look like in the pre-market session. VZ, it is still down a lot indeed, very high volume. I must call it to the short side, but I'm going to be careful with that one because it's quite of a mixed news. Like because the numbers beat expectations of the analyst on the earnings. Also, as you just heard, the net phone subscribers seems like is just decreased. So that's definitely not a good news indeed. And Lockheed Martin is here as well, jumped 3%, posted a very strong first quarter profit on the LMT. Let me just check it. How does it look like, especially on the daily? All right, looks really good. Volume not the best indeed, but it's up around this $470 level. Okay, well, LMT, just to my secondary, sorry guys, it's just too expensive, especially to the fact that it has a volume of 38,000, not my favorite. But as this is an earning stock, I'm sure it's going to move a lot today. So let's just put it to the long list. What else here? Indeed, I'm just checking my earnings here too. Verizon RTX, I just want to check even Danaher Corporation DHR, which was another earning stocks around. This is a very nice long candidate in my opinion. It's a very extended to the downside this year indeed, and seems like today it got some good news, so DHR can just go to the long list. And if I'm just checking my watch list here, almost everything is in green nicely, and the strongest is BABA. As I mentioned, you guys, the Chinese stock exchange ended in green, and this was like one of the strongest all over the world at the moment, at least today. And seems like that the BABA is ready to make this reversal happen from this 200 EMA. It's up on this 114 level. We still have space to go to this 117, which is the 20 EMA. So I'm going to watch even BABA to the long side. And I did mention you some news about Novo Nordisk and the LLY drug news. NVO is just pushing lower, or was now at the moment is just up. That's interesting. And LLY at the moment it is higher, just with a little one only. Okay, so this is not a big move. Let's just put them only to the secondary list. Not that interesting as I thought it will be, at least on the moving side. LLY, I'm going to put it to the secondary list. I still going to keep an eye on the Bitcoin related stocks. As I've told you, Bitcoin seems like it's just got some resilience in this market turbulence. So Mara, MSTR, and especially Coin going to be on my watch list too. Coin is very strong today, about this $179 level. It still has not broken this 180, but seems like if it's going to do that, this can be a great long day for the coins. I'm just going to call it to the long side. What else here on the list and what is into the red? Well, at the moment, as I see, Baba here is the strongest. Don't forget Tesla, guys. Tesla definitely on my list for today. Also be careful because as I mentioned you, after the market close, we are going to get the earnings on that. NVIDIA, Amazon, Oracle, AMD, Meta, Nike, PayPal, all of them really strong. Netflix, don't forget about Netflix. And to the red side, I see Macy's actually 1% to the downside, and KOJ&G and Kellogg's are not doing very well either. But I'm just going to leave my short list like that. Seems like a good one. And let's see whether this market is able to continue this nice long move or up move which just has started in the pre-market to stretch it a little bit higher. And today I forgot to mention you one important thing, which is the economic news. And this is I'm still going to do for you. So I'm just checking my Forex Factory calendar. Indeed, not a huge day on the economic calendar at all, but I would say it can be enough to give or take from that enthusiasm of the pre-market from the bulls. So today we got 10 o'clock Richmond Manufacturing Index, guys. So let's just watch it closely. Plus 140, Kashkari is speaking, so let's be careful because FOMC member Kashkari speaking at 140. Why I do warn about him, guys? Because I don't know whether you were trading this day last year, but I do remember so much on that day when Kashkari just moved the markets like crazy with his speech. So since then, I always warn you that he's a sneaky one. So be careful on that. 140 Kashkari and 10 o'clock Richmond Manufacturing Index. Here is my watch list. Good morning, Darren. Good morning, Orlando. Oh, hi, Jonathan. Good morning. Nice to see you. Well, it's actually not even the morning in Australia, right? Okay, guys. So have a beautiful green day with DVG with Scott in the VIP room and YouTube traders. Of course, I'm going to stay here with you to trading until 11. So see you team tomorrow and VIP traders at 9 as usual. And YouTube traders, I'm just staying with you.
Traders, good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a beautiful Tuesday morning here, second day of the week. Hopefully another profitable day trading with us. DVG is going to be just a little bit tardy to the party this morning. So he's got some personal business to take care of. But we are here ready to rock and roll this morning, and I've got a lot of volatility in the market. And as Aggie says, we are up this morning. We've got a nice start to the day. Dow futures up higher, NASDAQ futures up higher. We'll get to that in just a minute. Start off with the Asian markets this morning. Back at it, Nikkei fell 59 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 167. Shanghai and China up 8. Then Europe still in session right now. German DAX down 117.53. FTSE in UK up 10.69. The CAC 40 in Paris down 28. Combine that with Asia, you've got 3 markets up, 3 markets down, putting the futures, global futures, in the middle right now. But for us, futures are higher. Pre-market futures up. Dow futures up this morning, 422. NASDAQ futures up 209 and a quarter, and the S&P futures up 55 this morning. So we're going to get out of the gate pretty good this morning. You've got oil up 65 cents to 63.73 per barrel, and gold now 34.53.30 per troy ounce, up 28 bucks, almost 1%. Gold was over 3,500, and that's big time here for gold. Silver's up almost 25 cents to 32.77. Copper's up, platinum's down, palladium is up this morning. Stock futures rising this morning as Wall Street kind of recovers from yesterday's sell-off. We'll see what happens here as we get into the day today. A couple of stocks to note: Lockheed Martin in the news today. We're getting all of the earnings starting. Quarterly profit rises on resilient defense demand. That's a good thing here for both the economy and Lockheed Martin. Gold over that $3,500 per ounce as Trump attack on the Fed spooks investors, and they kind of walked over into gold yesterday. Today could be a different story. Bitcoin up for the second day. And that's really about it. You got some speaking at 10 and at 1:30 today, as Aggie noted, but that's about it. We've got some great stocks to choose from today, and we are going to be able to rock and roll today. Let's say good morning to everybody here in the room and on YouTube this morning. Good morning to all here. Brian, good morning. Lee, good morning. Steve, good morning. Jonathan, good morning. Good to see you. Divide, good morning. David, what do you say? Or Darren, good morning. Yep, David, good morning. Darren, good to see you. Jeff B., good morning. Yep, good morning, Jonathan. Great to have you here in the room. And here we go into the session today. Let's talk about some stocks, and let's post some of these stocks here this morning that I believe give us a good chance of being green today. So here, first one out of the chute, Amazon this morning, AMZN. Long this morning, this is going to be over 170. Stock has got a nice move this morning as we get the day started here. Also, I really like PLTR today. If you remember, PLTR was off to the races yesterday. Hopefully we'll follow through today. This is an easy pick over 93 this morning on PLTR. And then we've got now HTZ under 750. This is my only short today. This is HTZ short under 750 on the pullback. We saw the pullback start yesterday and continue on this morning when this market is up higher today. So we'll keep an eye on that. Love Apple this morning. Not sure where to come into Apple. Probably over the high at that 196.50. We'll watch that as we get the day going today. Also Meta 492 this morning. META 492. META long at 492. Okay, got my picks all set here. One more thing here as Amazon pulls back. This Lockheed Martin trade could be fine. If we get pulled down to that 462, 464, let's not be in a hurry this morning as we get this day cranked up and ready to rock and roll today. Okay, we get started in about, let me pull this off. Okay, one more time. There's the scalp. Here we go. Okay. We get started in about 3.5 minutes here. A couple of other things. Calix this morning, CALX. Anybody looking at, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that. Snow and PDD. I'll take a look at those this morning. Let's see, SNOW. I also have AVGO up here this morning. AVGO. Let's take a look at Snow. Yep. No volume this morning yet. PDD. PDD looks great. Any type of pullback there. Okay. And AVGO back up here. Okay, we're looking good. Apple off to the races already. $95. Okay, perfect. All right, ready to rock and roll here this morning. Watching HTZ to the downside. My stock of the day, I think, is going to be Amazon today. We'll see if this stock pulls back, AMZN, and then if it does, we'll take this thing for a move higher. Okay, and then same thing with PLTR. PLTR looks great this morning over 93. Meta 492. We've got our stocks picked and ready to go. Yeah, DVG is going to be just a little bit late this morning, but he'll be here. Okay, here we go. Grab this. All right, perfect. 4-5. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, ready to go. We get started here in about 1 minute, 50 seconds. Good to go. Yeah, I like the Amazon pullback right at the get-go here. AVGO just pulling back a little bit too. That's good. Okay, Apple, Amazon. Yep. Okay, good. Meta seeking up. NASDAQ futures up 208. Dow 411 to the upside here. Good morning, Clifton. Okay, we're ready to go here. Market's open in 10 seconds here. Watch this dip on Amazon. Apple killing it this morning now. Wow, over 196. That's super move here. We are open for business today. PLTR pullback this morning. Looking for all types of pullbacks here this morning. AVGO pulling back this morning. Okay. HTZ this morning, maybe a favorable short for us today, right? Yeah, I don't have shares to sell it short this morning on HTZ. That's too bad. Okay, PLTR moving down nicely. Amazon stalking that stock this morning. We got Netflix. I would say HTZ under 8 would be a great short, sure. Lockheed Martin, yep. Let's watch this PLTR. Let's watch Amazon on this pullback too. Yeah, I don't have any don't have any shares of HTZ. Okay. PLTR, nice pullback now. When do we take PLTR? Amazon looking good. Meta pulling back. Okay, everything just a small pullback so far. Not ready to pounce just yet. 93 PLTR. Let's see PLTR under 92. We can discuss it then, you know. Apple just cranking along. Yeah, PLTR no volume. Okay, there's the not PLTR, AVGO no volume. Okay, anything over 92 here, PLTR, I'm going to post this here, PLTR long 92. Yeah, AVGO, not much here. Okay, watch PLTR coming in at 92. Target's going to be close to 93 here Add full share size 9240, which will be over the VWAP PLTR. Boy, Lockheed Martin getting beat up here this morning. People taking profits, eh? Might bottom fish on Lockheed Martin, yeah. Okay, let's wait and be patient here. '92 entry PLTR. AVGO, okay, here, let me bring AVGO in here now. I'm going to put it where HTZ is, AVGO. And we're going to take AVGO long here at over the close yesterday. So up in here, this 166.20, 166.20 AVGO. Okay, there we go. Watch PLTR entry here. Okay. Oh, Netflix. I mean, remember Netflix mark was under 1,000 yesterday. Look at it today. 1,030, 1,029. Wow. Yeah, you know what? Lockheed Martin, no volume, right? Yeah. I'd love to take Lockheed Martin long here, but okay, watch PLTR 92 entry. Looking for 93. There goes Amazon. There goes AVGO. Get a full share size here, AVGO. Okay, watch PLTR here, 92. Wow, Lockheed Martin, what are you doing? Crazy. May have to come into some of this Lockheed Martin. This is looking good. Right? Yeah. Amazon, or wait for that 170.50. Here comes PLTR. Come on. Come on, PLTR. Let's go. Market's still up almost 200, almost 500 on the Dow. Yeah, I mean, you look at it, I mean, Lockheed Martin with great news, and stock sold off pretty heavy this morning. PLTR got good volume, not making the move that's expected here. Amazon kind of squatting as well. Still up 232, still looking good here. PLTR target 93. Look at Amazon. Nice job on the Amazon trade, Jonathan. I know I saw HTZ. That's ridiculous. If I had any shares short, I would short it, but I don't. Real nice move on Amazon. Very nice. AVGO coming along very nicely as well. Don't need much today. A couple of great green trades. $0.45 to go. PLTR target 93, close to it. AVGO smoking now too. Good go. AVGO solid. Very low volume on AVGO, but that's okay. We're getting it done. Come on, let's rock and roll here. 50 cents to go now, PLTR. Yeah, HTZ ran to that 920 area. Big time move. Like I said, what if I had some short shares? I would be shorting the stock. Apple, nice move today. AVGO running, baby, go. Okay, there we go, AVGO. I'm going to come out of some of the AVGO trade here. Selling into the strength of that move on AVGO. Just out half the trade here. I'm going to let the rest of it go here, and then PLTR again looking at that 93 area here. Yeah, LMT, we'll take a look at it here again. Where did it go? Wow, 446 now. No, I don't think I'm going to bottom feed on LMT here. Smarter thing is just to wait for the pullbacks on some of these stocks that we're looking at here. HTZ is just a one-sided trade for me, which would be to the upside. Here comes PLTR looking good. Maybe we get past 93, you never know. Could start to blast off. Look what we did yesterday at the towards the close, all the way up to 96. So you know, you have that open at least, right? just shy of that 93. I think we'll get it here on this next move up. 200 more shares out, AVGO. Hey, Scott, I feel bad, but I have shares to short on HTZ. I'm short at 9. Good. Well, I mean, you took a page out of my book. That's where I would be short. So, and add maybe at 850, Jeff. Look at Netflix now. Wow. And here comes PLTR. Boy, I could see PLTR just really taking off here. I would really hope that that happens. Apple pushing 198. Come on. Come on. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on, 93. Should get this all set up. Come on, 93. Come on, 93. What's your plan there, Jeff, on HTZ? If you don't make that 850, just watch the VWAP line. Yep. Yeah, Hood way up today. Hood should hopefully get back to that $50 mark. Yeah, he had a spike on LMT. I started to get excited and thought I maybe missed this bottom here, but it continues now to the downside. Spready down dog. Come on, PLTR. Could have had $1 out of Amazon. Remember, we said that at 170. AVGO, nice V bottom recovery. Yeah, we're close, and we're stuck up at the top here on this on PLTR. But that's good. We get a little bit more volume in here. We should start to crank. There goes your HTZ, Jeff. Yeah, agreed, agreed. Watch the VWAP. Watch the VWAP right there on HTZ. See if it runs underneath that. If it is, then you're going to have a home run trade here, I believe. LMT straight down. Very tempted here on this stock. Come on, PLTR. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Yep, yep, yep. Nothing but straight down on LMT, right on. PLTR just above the VWAP. We're thankful for that. I think you got a lot more to run here. HTZ working good for you. Jeff, tremendous trade here. Netflix, nothing but straight up. Maybe this is your time, PLTR. Let's go. $0.25 to go now on this PLTR trade. Need that 93. I guess not. Yeah, you have to decide where you're going to cover that HTZ. I don't really know. You know, you're underneath the VWAP, so it would tell you, hey, just stick with the trade, right? Until it reverses the trend. Come on, 93. 10 cents to go. 93 break should take us to the top, and that top is pre-market 93.32. Market helping, market up 500, NASDAQ up 250 or more. I think AVGO is done. I'm out of all shares, going to come out of all shares right here. AVGO done. Come on, PLTR, we're counting on you. Now watch 93.30. Watch 93.30. We can be exact here too. We can say 93.32. Watch as we push. 93.32, and then hopefully the top gets blown off here. Market not hurting, market helping. 93.32. That's the pre-market high. If we get some volume in here, we should take that off. And we see 94 or close to it. Come on. 93.32. PDD pulling back. Look at Netflix. Not one red candle. Not one red candle. AVGO looks great at 168. Okay, there it comes. 93.32 on deck. About 10 cents away now. Got to get the bid over that. Bid over 93.32. Then we should move up nicely here. Come on. Print it. There we go. There we go. There we go. Ye of little faith. PLTR, let's go. 94 target, close to it. Looking great. Let's go. Hopefully a small pullback here before we take off. Let's go again. $94. $93.32 bid. There we go. Come on. Explode to the upside. Take out the $93.50. Okay, I'm going to take the partial here at PLTR. May not have enough in it to go. So out 3/4 of the trade right here, 93.20. And we'll see what the rest has for us. Okay. Yep. Yeah, 93.40. You're correct. You're correct, Mark. I guess I was looking at that. Yeah, you're right. I was looking at the one next to it, which is pre-market. Correct. You're correct. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see that PLTR. I didn't see the volumes come in there to take us any higher. HTZ just ran under that 840 there, now down towards 820. Looking good. Yeah, Hood's up $2 today. NVDA almost $2.
Hey, Scott, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just perfect. Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Nothing like getting a plumber over at the house. Just appreciate you holding down the fort. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Hope everybody's absolutely crushing it today. We held on to Amazon and TSM from yesterday and a little bit of NVDA. So I'm up on a day, which is good. I'm going to literally hold these trades because I have a feeling that we're going to push even higher. So I probably won't take partial on TSM until I see like maybe 153, maybe 154 today. Obviously, just put in 157 after it had earnings. Looking pretty good. I mean, looking around, LMT getting smacked. I missed that short, unfortunately. I was watching Northrop Grumman and price action there along with RTX. So also looking at Walmart. Missed that trade, so I'm waiting for a pullback there. Tesla reports tonight. A lot of the data is already out. I mean, if you think about it, we know that their delivery is going to be less than stellar. So I'm just kind of curious to see what update they're going to, look forward to hearing because they're doing a company update where the delivery update's already kind of been baked in a little bit. So Amazon are looking great. I may hold this till probably first partial will be right around here, 172 area. But let's see if we can find some new trades. I'm keeping an eye on MSTR right here up at this 340 print. If we get maybe a pullback up here, happy to short it for a little bit. I think some of this is getting a little overcooked, but it's not to say that we can't move higher. Bitcoin up at 90K.
Yeah, interesting with the nice Bitcoin rise. Also, gold yesterday in the overnight session was tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
And it continues actually.
Just ripping. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeff, good morning. How you doing? Yeah, I mean, this is look, yesterday we talked about it. It's, again, for me, it's sizing and handling a little more risk than normal. And I'd say it's kind of feels a little more like a swing trade. But in the spirit of buying the dip, watching levels, seeing if we broke below, if we held it, widen my stop a little bit on names like Amazon and TSM, where easily could have gone red and you just kind of you take the loss and move on. But I'm glad it's worked out. Like yesterday, if you guys remember, I took a TSM trade early in the morning and ate the loss, and then we came back in that trade because I just had a feeling like, it's 146, 147. Let's hang on to it for a bit. So glad it's working out. I think we're going to see, actually worth noting, on my X account, Twitter account, whatever, I did reach out to Donald Trump and said, hey, like, what would it look like if we can't get, obviously, they'll probably never reply to me, but that's okay. It was just an idea. Like, if we can't cut rates at the Fed level, we can cut rates that are directly influential for the average consumer and, more important, the average investor. So if you can cut the cost of margin loans along with credit card rates, that's all stuff you can control, even making lending a little more lenient for specific parameters. Maybe it's for businesses, whatever, just to kind of spark additional spend in the economy. That has a trickle effect. So again, you may not get it at the Fed level where it impacts, mortgages, frankly, even interest rates, etc. You might be able to subsidize some of that by offsetting those costs. Jeff, right on. Very green. Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bummed I wasn't able to just, load it up this morning. But again, I'm not disappointed. We got Amazon. We're up pretty big. on Amazon and TSM. Like, but pretty much the bottom of that dip yesterday, more or less, and then TSM kind of the same thing. So I'm not, not over the moon. TSM, a few points, 3.5 points. But I'm watching Nvidia right now. I'll probably add some on all my positions that I got in from yesterday. I think today is 445 on the Qs is kind of where we need to be, and then for the SPY we need to get over 533.75. And with this optimism this morning, I think we might get there. Just for pricing perspective, not headlines. Anything can go wrong with these headlines. So
no doubt about that.
This is strictly, in my mind, it's confirmation that bulls still exist and they're waiting on the sideline to buy and waiting for a signal. Right now, I think this is just building a little bit. People being very cautious on the buy. Maybe offsetting their dollar costs, like maybe you owned Nvidia at like $104, so you're buying some at 97, you're buying some at 98, so your dollar cost is moving lower and lower and lower. Tesla will be an interesting one. In fact, did you go through all the earnings?
No, we didn't. Aggie touched on a few of them here coming up, but we didn't nail them down for the day. I know Tesla's out there, right?
Yeah, we've got Tesla today, but a few that happened even pre-market that RTX, Lockheed Martin, GE Aerospace.
LMT I went over, right? Yep.
Yeah, I mean those were a little bit of a shock. Like seeing LMT push when NOC was down. That was a little bit of a shock for me, to be honest, because I'm like, well, you could argue who's bigger, Northrop or Lockheed. You know what I mean? They're both big defense contractors, but that was like one of the easiest shorts at the open, which is why I was watching it this morning. I just didn't get a chance to put a trade on. Guys, check out TSM and Amazon. Let's go. No partials yet. Normally I'd take a partial by now, right? Like by now, 100% I would have taken a partial, but I'm trying to get a bigger push. And if I'm wrong and we pull back, fine. I'll take some off. But I want to see if I can hang on to this breakout for longer. Oh, sorry, I was pulling up. Got sidetracked by looking at LMT. So after the close, Tesla, Intuitive Surgical, Enphase, SAP, Capital One, Baker Hughes, Weatherford, all after the bell today. Tomorrow we've got Boeing, AT&T. Oh, by the way, what is KMB doing? They reported this morning as well. Yeah, but they're not going anywhere. Consumer staple. Let's
PDV
see.
looking good here this morning too.
Wednesday after the close, we also have Chipotle, Newmont Mining, Texas Instruments, and Lam Research. Lam Research I'll be watching very closely. We have airlines as well. So we've got Alaska, American. Yeah, we have quite a bit of companies reporting. And then, of course, the big one I'll be watching on Thursday. So obviously today with Tesla, but Thursday is Google. So we got the big one on Thursday. And then, of course, it's starting to kick off oil earnings, starting with ConocoPhillips on Friday. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on CVX this week, as well as a few others in the oil and energy space, because I think it's time. I think it's time we're going to start seeing people maybe stop being so bearish. You know what I mean? And who knows? What'd you end up trading this morning, Scott?
Yeah, AVGO, the PLTR trade, and thinking about coming into the LMT trade here. AVGO, obviously a nice winner here, and then PLTR, I loaded up on that and got what I needed to out of that trade here. So really just a couple of trades here this morning. My biggest miss here, the HTZ trade I wanted to short. I didn't have any shares short, And then the other one that got away with it was Amazon at 170 here, posted pre-market. So, but I'm happy. I'm green. It's not a bad thing. So
nice. Green is good. Green is good.
Green is always good. Right on.
Market's looking, I'd say, approaching brilliance.
Right.
And I say that from a technical perspective. Like I was talking to a friend of mine last night, and we're talking a little bit about charts and right, like he's actually pretty good market technician, I would say. And as we were walking through it, I'm like, you know what, the troubling thing with just doing technical analysis is it's kind of like, I don't want to say self-fulfilling prophecy for lack of a better word, but you're if you look at a 1 minute, a 2 minute, a 5 minute, a 1 hour, a 5 hour, a weekly, a whatever, you could kind of find a way to tell your story versus just read it for what it is. And there's no doubt there's a ton of people that don't want to be in this market right now. However, all that money that came in from other countries into our market that have now exited this market, on the one hand, that could be scary, but on the other hand, it's like, hey, well, that means it's an opportunity, like every other country, for the U.S. to double down on our markets, the same way it's happening in the German DAX or the Hang Seng. So I don't know, bullish American if you're in the States. Let's see, what's MSTR doing? Are you looking to go long LMT?
Yeah, I was looking to go long LMT.
I missed my AVGO trade this morning and Walmart. I wanted to get into Walmart yesterday, but oh well. Where is that? Yep, that looks good. JPM holding up nicely. Wow. Bitcoin is not stopping. And this decoupling for me is I don't want to say it's terrifying, but it's telling me a story. Gold's going up, Bitcoin's going up. BRICS is based on blockchain backed by gold. So when does that run up stop? Or versus like this gives them an opportunity to make the announcement, show the fact that they've got the reserve assets kind of in lockdown, and then you do your grand opening. You know what I mean? So does Bitcoin push to 100 again? I mean, this could be the real big pump when people get super FOMO, but I'll be watching for areas to scalp the top, especially on like MSTR, because I get it. I'm not against Michael Saylor. I think the guy's, taking a big risk, which I can respect. But I think how they're going about raising capital kind of goes against traditional ways of raising valuations of your company. And he's made more money off of doing this whole Bitcoin stuff versus how much money he's ever sold as a software company. Guys, I'm going to hang on to Amazon TSM. I'm going to wait till probably even, I don't know, if we finish up above like 153 and a half on TSM, so, I see maybe the 160 level. We'll see. So I can give myself some time on that. Walmart does look interesting. And then MSTR, I think, again, I don't want to step in front of a moving train like that, but I might start building a short if we start rounding down below this 341 area. I'll keep an eye on it. Let's see if we get a bigger push, and then I'll put a 341 short. It'll probably be my first trade of the day. If people would ask why are you shorting that, it's putting in new session highs repeatedly. Because I think Bitcoin's got a chance to pull back a couple $1,000, and they're directly correlated. So, and 340 is a big level for MSTR along with 320. Yep. What about to the crew, the nation? What are y'all looking at? What are y'all trading?
Jeff had the short on HTZ. This is really nice. And that stock's just sitting here at 840 now.
Oh, man, that stings. Anybody watching MSTR is talking 341. Look at it now. Just dropped 3 points instantly. No. I turned away for 2 seconds. I'll wait. It'll probably get a big push here and then the real dump. So I'll keep an eye on that. So MSTR, I'm not going to get into it right now at 341. I want to see it push through 341 and then lose that area again. There it goes. It's at 340. That's good. Let's see a new session high. Come on. And then I'll short it. What I don't want to do is put an order out there and then have it fill and then take off 5 points. So I want this candle to finish. Come on, Amazon. Go check out $180. 184 is kind of would be like dream target in 2 days. That would be amazing. Look at NVIDIA now, approaching $100. I'm going to add to NVIDIA. This is so weird, Scott. I'm not used to this. I'm not used to just like not taking partials in the spirit of rule number 1. Part of it is, I mean, if we get a real push higher, I mean, this is where I want to be taking advantage of the full move. As Amir would say, let it grow, let it grow. All right. There we go. That's what I want to see in MSTR. Let's see a new session high. And then I'm going to literally put my order just underneath it. So when it cracks below, I get my 341. Come on. There we go. There's the push. Let's see a new session high. Push, push, push. There we go. There's some opulence. There you go. Hit the tape.
LMT starting to crank now. Wow, PLTR finally, traders. Finally, PLTR running. Now watch that 94. Love PDD here at 96.50, just very little volume, just as an idea.
Didn't even look at China stocks today.
Yeah. What? Look at it, 96.50 looks great.
Mm-hmm.
Now PLTR 94.
LMT looks tempting to go long here, 449. All right, guys, I'm going to go for it. MSTR. I like the weakness here. I'm going to wait for the push through 341 and then put my order in just below, like right when it crosses through 341. So I'm not going to put it out there just yet. So I'm waiting for it to push above 341. And once I see that, I'm going to put my order out there to fill on the way down. Hopefully I get filled. I don't know. SPY at this 523 level, big level. And I'm going to go long LMT, 449. There we go. Yeah, I mean, really feel bad for, LMT getting that sympathy play from NOC.
Yeah, the thing about LMT though is, nothing but red candles after really some good commentary on the stock. You know what I mean?
Yep. And I'm in MSTR, by the way, small size.
Yeah, didn't deserve it, but that's what it was. I mean,
short MSTR. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're up over 3%. The big first quarter profit, right? And talking about fighter jets and obviously Republican Party now, and the stock should just continue running. I mean, I don't understand the big sell-off. That's why I'm a buyer down here, but we'll see. I think 450 is the key. I'll post it here at 450. Small share size to start, and then we'll go ahead and add and ladder this up here.
If I see a 3-3, actually, I'm going to put it out there. 339.20, I'm going to add to MSTR short. Okay. I'm feeling okay about this trade right now. I'm telling you, if I hear uncertainty one more time in the news, I'm going to lose it. Everything's uncertain, everything. But while I understand the sentiment because of tariffs, it's also like, well, isn't that what he was voted in office for? Right? Like, everybody's surprised all of a sudden. It's like, hey, one of my big policies, we're going to roll out tariffs. And then we finally do. Or right when that was announced, or he gets elected, market explodes to the upside, all-time highs. And now everybody's like, wait, he's actually doing tariffs? Sell.
That's like you knew it was coming, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what? You forecasted the right hook,
Those of you that are in the LMT trade, I mean, target's going to be probably 454, somewhere around there. Got to get past the VWAP line to make any of this happen.
Getting ready to add the MSTR here, guys, in just a moment. So the candle happened. It was a little early to the party. It's that candle where it pushed a new session high and then it rejected. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Now, if it runs up, the good news is that my share size is pretty small. So I don't mind if it starts really taking off and it gets up to 343, whatever, I'll take my 2-point loss and call it a day. However, right now that it just broke under 340, I'm going to hold this thing here in a second. In fact, I'm going to add a small little bit here. That works. And then if it breaks that, 339.20, I've got a bigger size waiting there if we can take it out. After that, I'll be looking at basically VWAP, so 335 for my target, first partial. And if we break below that, well, guess what? Make more money. Risky business, counter trend, especially from a decoupled asset like Bitcoin. However, I do think that there'll be some profit taking on MSTR before it pushes higher. So I'm counting to see if we can get a pullback like a scalp and then just get out of the way if it decides to push, 350, 360 or something. I'm definitely not buying it up here. Definitely tightening up, so it could break out. And if it does, well.
You got Neil Kashkari speaking today at 1:40, which is, Fed Reserve President. And that's usually a big bang or could be.
I'm curious to see who's going to be the next Fed chair. And I'm not saying like as a replacement type deal. I'm saying like Jerome Powell, let's say, finishes his term.
Which goes till when, do you know?
Next year. Next year. Obviously, if Trump pulls him out, that's different. But I have a feeling he's going to finish his term. I don't think people want disruption in the Fed, but anything is possible right now, man.
Right.
Okay, just added a little more to the MSTR short. Hopefully it doesn't bounce here because that's the level I'm watching, 339.20. We literally just tagged it and bounced. So I need to see that break now. If it starts bouncing here, I might be in trouble. But I'm watching the Qs pull back a little bit here. Bitcoin futures, I think we're going to get at least $200 pull down. Let's see. Lance is asking, would you consider Meta as short after giving back everything today? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You're saying, yeah, look, I think there's a couple things that I don't really like about Meta. As you guys know, it's one of my favorite stocks to short. I think the big thing is majority of their revenue, like if you look at AppLovin, for example, APP, similar space. You could argue technically Google kind of in the same space. Obviously, they're going to report tonight, which the good news for Google is it's multifaceted. They've got, 1,000 different ways they make money. Meta, majority of their money is made through advertising. And in any kind of, I don't care if it's recessionary or stagflation or just slower growth cycles, like all the data is saying that's what we're looking at. The first thing people cut is advertising. So you have the consumers that'll go to like a Walmart, Costco, consumer staples. Guys, keeping on MSTR here. I'll put my stop at 343. I'll give it 2 points. And if it runs me over, it runs me over. It's fine. So you have to kind of again, this goes back to like some of the fundamental analysis of just understand like where's the puck going, interest rates, etc. But I wouldn't want to short Meta right now. I'd want to see it bounce first because it is a pretty aggressive sell-off there. And it's now decoupling from, look at the Qs and then look at Meta. And there's not really any news. It's just people trying to get out of the name. So they probably waited to get up to, 490. Maybe they're waiting at 500, 495 area. And they're like, screw it. Get rid of what I got. Because they dumped most of it yesterday. So I think it may have a chance of bouncing here before it goes lower. But that is a pretty weak move there. And I'm sure if I looked it up, there's probably some kind of news because that's pretty aggressive sell-off. So Lance, I don't know. It's up to you. Cue the disclaimer, right? But like the decoupling of Bitcoin right now to the markets is pretty wild right now. I mean, you put any of them, Coin, Vito, Mara, wow, they're all up, every single one of them. Riot, probably. Hey, for $7, you can buy some Riot shares. They're not nearly as solid as Mara's from a mining perspective. All right, I'm gonna probably get tagged here on MSTR. It's no big deal. I'll wait. Kind of sporadic pricing. All right, guys, I'll be back. Scott, give me maybe 2 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, it'd be nice to see LMT take off for sure. Right now, a little pause in the action as we're up 307 about on the NASDAQ, 686 on the Dow. So we've held on. We've come out of the gate, moved straight up. We're starting to plateau, and we'll have to see what happens. Pullbacks are buyable. Well, just this LMT trade, but I've got very small shares, so. PLTR not stopping, Amazon not stopping. Amazon's my biggest miss today, no doubt. PDD, nice move. PDD doing everything on lower volume. Yeah, all it would do is to take LMT to catch a bid, and it would be up 10 points probably. I mean, you'd have to catch a bid. You have to get some people buying. Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't put it past Netflix for sure. Yeah, you have to wait for a pullback now.
CR and me. Wait for 2 seconds. I stopped.
Yeah, really.
Are you in the Netflix trade? I mean, I'm just looking around. Everything, I'd say the non-sexy stocks are working. Walmart moving well, like stuff like that. Just normally you wouldn't really care, but Home Depot, Costco. I mean, obviously we're in the Amazon trade. For me, Amazon was like if I'm going to pick a retail representation, I'd take Amazon. The only trouble is they are tied to data centers and all the other fun stuff that I think people are kind of panicking about right now. Like, look at Walmart, just put a new session high. There's that bounce on Meta. Who was that? Lance? Was it Lance looking at that? Maybe keeping an eye, maybe this 492 area. See what it does around that area. Bitcoin nearly 91,000. All right, guys, I'm going to take some off of my Amazon trade. I hate to do it, but I got to do it. Pay yourself first. Rule number one. Rule number one. I'll definitely leave some size, though, to run. 173 was my first target, but we're at 172 and change. That's close enough. Decent trade for overnight for me. Here comes the SPY and the Qs breaking out now, moving higher. Ooh. Hearing some feedback there. Scott, on your side, I don't know.
We good now? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can hear you.
Okay, good.
Another perfect example of why we have stop losses in place. I stepped away for a couple of minutes. We took a 2-point loss on MSTR. If we would have been praying that it pulls back, you'd be down 6 points right now, getting in big trouble. So days like today, especially if you're counter trending, I didn't want to go long a name like MSTR. I'd rather go long like Walmart or Tesla or I don't know, anything. I'm just not a fan of MSTR's business. What?
Look at Netflix now at all-time highs, right?
Boom.
All-time highs.
Did you guys take that trade?
PDD, big time move again.
Amazon's about to rip.
Yep.
174.66. My next partial target. I'm waiting for the big breakout in the chip sector. I don't know if today's the day, but I've got a feeling somebody's waiting. And now the Qs are showing some aggression. 445.10, the next overhead target in sight. And the SPY, looking at that 533 print, seems like it's a ways away, but 533.75 is the next. That's like the ceiling we got to go test. Also, is it Viking Therapeutics, they report this week too, I think. I still want to short MSTR again. Nah.
I'm just waiting for any type of pullback. I mean, look at Netflix now. Wow.
LMT.
Yeah, LMT, like I said, I'm in at 450. So we got to get over that VWAP and run. And then with some volume. The stock doesn't have much volume today, surprisingly.
Mm-mm.
You know,
I mean, it's not a big volume mover, but when it makes a decision, let's say limit high or limit, low, you'll know pretty quick. I mean, the fact that it sold off again, it wasn't surprising. Like for me, I was like, okay, if NOC is selling off and LMT is pushing higher, it's a sympathy play. Like one's gonna win the arm wrestle, and they're both gonna go in that direction. So with markets being lower, just in general, that was kind of in a way my hedge. But to your point, I mean, LMT's great earnings. I wouldn't say it was bad. I think there's just some concern about Doge and government spending and budgets and all that other fun stuff. It's too early to the MSTR short. That's a bummer. Scott, Jay's got a question for you.
yeah. I mean, here's my thought on it. So typically when I use on LMT, I'll come in with just 100 shares here on a big moving stock, or 200, and then I'll double the amount once it gets to my my target. Stocks that are expensive like that, like if you're trading Netflix, I'd probably start with 200 shares, 100 or 200, and then just build the position. Most of the time though, I'm trading,
Oh, what is that? Scott, we're getting some
Yeah,
feedback.
it kind of came back on my. I could hear it in my ear. You can hear me now, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So typically on LMT, I'll trade 100 shares to 200 shares, something like Netflix, about the same, and then the rest are typically 500 or 1,000 shares. Like if I double up. So just depends. And sometimes, quite frankly, sometimes it's a feel. Like if I feel very confident or comfortable with the trade, or I've seen the pattern before, kind of like a PLTR, I'll get bigger share size on something like that. Something like Amazon, I would take bigger share size, just because I felt like, for certain when we were in pre-market today, Amazon was a great buy over 170. That proved to be true. PLTR, the same thing. LMT, just not sure. LMT, kind of a bottom feeding type of deal. Where you stick in 100 shares or 200 shares, and then you can add as it starts to go. But right now, it's not worth the trade until it, in my opinion, again, cue the disclaimer as DVG says, over 450, and 450 is where I would come in. Why? Because it's over the VWAP, and two, you're going to see, if it does get there, you're going to see more volume coming into the trade.
Qs are about to break out big time, guys. Should say it wants to break out. To your point about cue the disclaimer, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, it is right there waiting to breach, and like in a big way. So if we get above this session high coming up on the Qs and the SPY, count on it. Putting in a big candle, not this little incremental buys. It'll be a big spike, which could be a good opportunity to take a partial. We'll see it probably lift all the markets.
I don't know. Every time I see something green on LMT, I think we're off to the races, but it hasn't panned out yet. Yep, Netflix breaking out.
Did someone in our crew take Netflix this morning?
Oh, we talked about it.
Hmm.
I think people shy away from the stock because of the price.
Yeah.
But again, if it's just the price, then take smaller share size.
Scott, do you remember the first stock that you day traded?
I would say AOL, but I can't. I don't know for certain.
Hmm.
You know, how about yourself?
ExxonMobil.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Where I was like just getting started and I bought 10 shares, made money, and I was like, oh my God, I'm a day trader now.
Yeah.
And the hook was set.
Yep. I remember my, as the story goes, I remember back in the day, and it was AOL, although not my first trade by any means, but I was, this was when the internet stocks, everything was going crazy, like things were just jumping 40, 50, 100 points a day.
Mm-hmm.
And I had put in, I was in Florida, and I had put in I bought AOL right at the market, and I went and played golf, and I was on my BlackBerry of all things at the time, and had to call in a market order and place. I made like $46,000 that
Playing around the golf.
day. Yeah, and playing around the golf, like
That's
46.5 in one day. I was like, oh my goodness. And I think
Here
I
comes
lost
the
like
big green candle, by the way,
I
guys.
think I lost like 30 grand the next day.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Jeez.
So Amazon taking off now.
Yeah. I'm
Hey,
loving
watch
it.
LMT. I mean, I'm telling you, LMT. There's no volume in the stock, but I think over 450, you're going to get some people watching it.
Yeah. So the 200 EMA. So here's the good news. We've got the 55, the 12, the 22 below it coming into VWAP, and we have a big buy order block right at 449.25. So we should see a push above 452.5. If we do, we should get that lift up to about 460. 460 is where LMT likes to live. Obviously, no guarantees there, but if it were me, and I am in the trade, that's what I'm looking for, 460. TSM now, guys, should rip. Let's see a 153 print. Let's go. Amazon 174.60 is going to be my next partial. This is a guys, for those of you that have like taken a couple red days here and there, left and right, in these markets right now. We talked about this now. Don't say we didn't try to get you guys trained and prepared for it, right? We are in the championship rounds or the playoffs. Heck, I would argue maybe even the Super Bowl. There will be a ton of opportunity to make money in these markets. The difference is, I mean, you saw what happened to me yesterday. It was uncomfortable for me to have more like a swing trade mentality, but I was like, look, I can afford the risk reward is to the upside versus the downside. Yes, we're down. It's tough to buy the dip and more importantly, hold it. But I had to manage sizing. So you're going to risk management as a day trader. So yesterday we did take a red day, but today, trust me, we are way, way more in the money than yesterday. So like it makes up for it. You know what I mean? So just stylistically, there's some things that are changing. Just technical analysis may not save you alone. Be mindful, find a strategy that works for you. But at the end of the day, it's I'd say the 101s of trading, which is risk management, first and foremost. If you can afford 100 shares, start with 50 or 20. And that's kind of where I think there could be some trouble right now as people are going like, hey, maybe I talked to someone the other day who's like, oh, I'm new to trading and I bought these options, and they spent, I don't know, 30 grand in options or something like that on their first, like one of their first options trade ever in these markets. Stock moves in favor of the direction in the put, right? And it moved like $3-4 in favor, and he was losing money. And he's like, I don't understand how I'm losing money. And so I had to take some time to break down IV and all this other stuff. And it was kind of an aha moment, like, well, wait a minute. I guess this game isn't as easy as I thought it was. I'm like, yeah, no, it's not a casino. It can be if you treat it that way. But we come here every day, sword and shield. We come out here looking for points. And when you have days like today where, we ate a point or two yesterday, and we've made collectively about 8 today, like it becomes, different style of game. Sometimes you gotta switch it up a little bit. Guys, Amazon's at 173. Amazing. Why is everybody here? Scott, are you sharing your screen by chance?
I am. Is it not show?
There it is. I'm just gonna bring everybody here.
Yep, there you go.
I think everybody's at Clifton's.
You want to start yours? You could start yours and take it over if you'd like.
Oh no, it's all good. I may do let me ask the crew. So probably tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow might be better for me, but we'll just do like a members only type deal. I mean, I could probably do it tonight too. I don't know if you guys will be around, but just kind of walk through at least what I'm seeing. I've had a couple people ask, hey, why would you buy Amazon or go long these names yesterday? Look, it's hard to say right now. If anyone tells you they know exactly what's coming next, no, I don't believe it. But you just have to take kind of a toolbox of resources, of knowledge, and take some calculated risks, I suppose. Because I don't know if we're going to get these big, massive moves anymore. I think we're going to be looking at fundamentals, especially this week and the next week. Tech earnings are showing up. Tesla's going to be a big one. If we've got a fighting chance, we need Tesla to blow their number out, or investors to love it and push it back up to $300. Come on, TSM. Get over 151 and just rip. Woo! Yeah, let me ask the crew here, guys. If we did, would that be of interest if we do like a stock talk and just kind of get a perspective on things, or you guys getting your fair share from the news? What do you guys think? Seth says, yeah. All right. You guys thinking like a evening? We do evening, or maybe like a tomorrow afternoon, possibly. Paul says do it. Okay. Scott, what do you think?
Hey, either or.
You want to do like
I'm going to be gone tomorrow afternoon.
Okay.
I know that. I've got physical therapy. Still working on my knee.
How's your knee doing?
It's better, thank you for asking, but it's Still not where I need it to be, but you know, as much as people hate on PT, it actually works. So
Yeah, I didn't listen to mine. And guess what? I'm back in a boot, man. Back in a boot.
yeah.
I thought I was fine, and I went for a jog and came back. I'm like, oh, my foot's a little sore. Well, that was a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it gets heals up nice. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
me too. It sucks. I know one thing I'm not going to be. I was a runner. Let's just say a jogger most of my life because it's a good way to get cardio, a good way to get out, especially living in Florida. You just go out and enjoy yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's like I'm not going to be running much anymore because it just, you know, you go to see the orthopedic, you go to see the doctor and the PT, and they're like, "Are you a runner?" It's like, "Yeah." It's like, you know, you have a small tear in your ACLs, and I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "I wouldn't be running anymore if I were you." I'm like, "It's enough for me then."
Cycling, then maybe.
Yeah, bicycling, yeah, for sure. I
Yeah.
enjoy biking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here come the cues, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know if I really want to take more trades. I've got TSM going, I've got Amazon going, I've got LMT going. I mean, Meta I'm keeping an eye on. I tried to short MSTR, we gave back a little bit of a couple bucks. I've got Nvidia long as well that, you know, I'm actually tempted to just load this thing right now, but I think if we get over $100, maybe it takes a peak at 102.50, you know, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen soon. I'm really concerned about Tesla. We know their delivery numbers are going to suck to like the tune of like 13 to 16%. And it was supposed to be just earnings. And normally they'll have like earnings in one release and then they do company updates in separate releases. You know what I mean? So they'll go like, hey, this is what's coming. We're going to do a model, whatever. And that's usually a separate deal. But this is like a company and earnings call. So literally like on this call, they could turn around and go like, hey, we know our delivery sucked. But by the way, we sold 20,000 Optimus robots or something. Who knows? You know what I mean? So could be an interesting report to watch, especially with all the latest developments with, you know, Doge and political alignment. People getting all weirded out about like what he's been doing with the political arena. But still, I mean, I remember when you'd see like 5 Teslas on the road and be like, oh yeah, there's another EV car. Haha. Now they're everywhere. Like everywhere. It was in Canada the other, like not too long ago. They're all over the place. I rented one. Like Hertz has them all over the place. So yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's hard to deny. They've done well. The plaid is not very comfortable. So guys, Seth and Paul, keep an eye out on the notifications. I'd love for you to join those if you can.
When are you thinking about doing it?
So either
or do we have a consensus yet?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like either works. It's kind of up to us, but it'd be only just like a 30-minute. Like let's talk about what we're seeing, what's going on, just for the crew. And I'm thinking like maybe, I don't know, call it 15 to 30 minutes either tonight or you said you're not available tomorrow afternoon, and it could be even tomorrow night. It's just
I could
more or less.
I could do it later tomorrow. Yeah, I have PT from, I think it's from 2 or 1 to 3, something like that.
Okay.
So
yeah, just trying to give back to the crew here a little bit, but I think at the end of the day, there's just a lot of moving parts right now, and so Dan, if you don't have notifications, there should be up in your, if you're on your whatever Mac, PC, whatever, there's a little mobile icon If you look up in the top left next to the 44 trading logo. All right, Lee. Cool. Yeah, you have notifications too. I think I've seen you on our late night stuff, right, Lee? But yeah, so there's a little mobile icon. So you'll see like I don't know what to call. I'm going to call it a waffle. You see like a waffle on the left, and then you see like the number of folks like with people, and then there's a little phone. Click on that phone. Yeah, here comes LMT. Heck yeah.
Watch the breakout now, 450.
Let's go. 452. Let's see 460.
Yeah, right on.
It's coming.
Big time move.
460 is where it wants to live. If 490 becomes a reality, that would be amazing. I don't think it's going to happen today, though.
Going to add at 451 here.
Yeah?
Yep.
I don't know if I
we'll
can
see.
add
Hopefully you see 452, and I'll take a, there's the add. I'll take a partial, maybe 453. Let's let it go a little bit now. We've got a nice breakout. You could see buying off of that that VWAP area there, buying the breakout. That's going to pay dividends, I hope. Hopefully we continue on.
Yeah, this is looking good. I like it. I'm actually going to get some options. Right now, the 470s are cheap, so I'm going to grab some of those.
So why don't you walk through that? Why don't you walk through what you pay and what you could get for those?
The risk reward?
Yeah,
like LMT?
Do. Yeah.
Okay, so obviously the Greeks we're not going to get into for now, but the big thing is like in an example like today on LMT. So I use a lot of times I'll use, especially if you go opposite direction like we've seen. So we see a big spike up. Everybody knows what do you do when you have earnings and you see big moves? What do you do? 5 points to whoever gets it right. Come on, guys, don't be shy. Thank you, Seth. Yes, anchored VWAP. So when you see that big volatility in a move, typically earnings, typically a big announcement of some kind, utilizing anchor VWAP is very important. Why algos use it, and it becomes a ceiling, floor, or just a magnet to track pricing to it, similar to a VWAP. I think is why it's called a VWAP. But because it's anchored, it anchors on the price of that move and the volume based on that specific moment in time. Whereas a typical VWAP will adjust with price action as order flow comes in. Okay, so that's the big difference there. But specifically, what I'll do if I see a move like that, anchor VWAP starts first, and then what I'll do if it's counter the move. So in this case, LMT goes straight up and then straight down. I'm going to use fib retracements of 50% is the target. Now, where does it buy? Obviously, we see a nice little, line form or base forming on LMT. It didn't have to move higher. It could have easily broken lower. But obviously in this direction, I want a move to the upside. So the question then becomes, where was the peak pre-market? Because like a lot of times people buy stuff that's like super, super out of the money, which it's not my style because you run the risk of losing money. But in this situation, equilibrium of this move is right around 460, 459 and a half, which means if I look for options, I don't want to hold them forever, right? I'm going to hold them till Friday. This is where I'm going to first look because we had the earnings call. And what was beautiful today, I was just watching them kind of the whole time. You see a lot of that data get ripped from it because we moved against that 470 strike, which is where I kind of liked it. So we ended up buying them at, I got them at 77 cents. Okay. They just moved up to $1.10 now.
Okay.
And I bought 10 of them. So I'm risking, in this case, $770 plus the cost of options, which are, they're like 60 cents or whatever to pay for them. But on this trade alone, I'm up almost 50%. Yeah. So it's a good way to like, a lot of times options are used to hedge or like hedge against.
So what can you make on this trade though with the 10 options risking 750-ish?
So basically right now I'm going to make premium all the way up.
Right.
I'll start to see pricing on it shift, but the closer I get to that 470 number, ideally in one move, the more my the more I'm going to make on this in the first move. Now, if we get up to 470 at some point, like, yeah, it'll still be worth more money. But the secret is like the premium on each one or each contract or each strike price is dependent on its IV and associated Greeks, which correlate to every dollar. So when you look at the Greeks, it's basically taking into account, like, for every dollar the stock moves, here's how much the option is worth or how much it moves. And so by understanding those Greeks, it helps you determine, to your question, if it moves up to $460, right, from where I bought it, I know that if that's another, $5? So it'd be $5 times the Greek associated to every dollar that it moves equals X amount of movement in the contract. So realistically, if we jump up past 460, like right now, let me look at this. Where did I put it? There it is. So now that we're $1.25 is the bid, $1.75 is the strike. So technically, if I, like, right now, midpoint's about $1.50, so I double my money. So that's as of right now if I sold them. So I made $700. If I dump them closer to 460,
which was your call price?
Yeah. No, my strike price is 470. So I got even further out of money.
Sorry.
The reason is the peak of the move pre-market was 477. So I know that there's buyers up to that level. So I'm going to find a midpoint, 460, and then I'm going to find literally where the Greeks make the most sense from a cost perspective. So, like, you could easily buy a 460, but you're going to pay more for those contracts,
sure.
Which is what most people would do because it's closer to being in the money. But I go a little bit further because I'm going to pay less, and I still have till Friday. So realistically, I'm not going to hold it till Friday, realistically. But if I get a move to 460 and I dump it, I'm going to optimize my payout, if that makes sense. Because, like, right now here, let me look at it again. So you guys remember I was saying there's $1.50 is still the midpoint, but now the ask is up at $1.85. By the way, Meta, Lance. Clifton's going to send you the invoice. So, like, yeah, right now, we're up pretty good on the LMT options, but I want to see 459 at least before I dump it. Beautiful trade, though. Beautiful trade. I wish I could afford to buy more of the actual stock. I mean, arguably I could, but not on that low volume. So what's really cool, though, too, about options is, like, let's say, for example, I took some off right now and I make 100%, ROI, which is pretty awesome. You can let the rest run and not really care because you've now paid for your entire position if you take like 5 or 7 of them off. And it took us, 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes? However, what makes it kind of fun is I know I'm willing to risk $700 on a $450 stock, right? Like, maybe it goes to 470. Well, those options are going to be worth a lot more money than $750. Probably closer to $6,000.
Well, and so, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, and the backside reason for that is that the outlay of capital is a hell of a lot less than if you're buying the equity, right?
100%, yeah. So the big thing is, again, finding the strike and figuring out the Greeks that are aligned with how you trade is the hardest thing about options. I shouldn't say the hardest, but it's one of the hardest things. It's when you start getting all the different strategies where you're like, here's an iron condor, and that's what this does, and it protects that, because, like, there's ways to use options that are very beneficial. Yeah. I'd say, just for the everyday trader that's maybe just learning, etc. The challenge is like, right now, I want to take advantage of a move. So I'm doing naked calls and naked puts typically because I'm treating it as if it's a stock. And the nice thing is it's way less money. Like, to own or control 1,000 shares of Lockheed Martin would cost me $455,000 to own 10 contracts, which effectively is the equivalent of 1,000 shares. I shouldn't say the equivalent, but it's up for debate. Essentially, that lot or what have you is $700 to control those 1,000 shares, if that makes sense. Because each lot or contract controls effectively 100 shares. And when I say controls 100 shares, that means that so if, let's say, for example, I hold these until Friday, or I hold these options till Friday, and they close at $471, or even at $470, like right on the money. If I were to hold this contract all the way till expiration, I have the right of assignment of those shares at that price. And if they were to get assigned to me, I would have to come up with $470,000 to pay for it, because now I own the stocks. So you make all the premium, and you get the privilege of buying the stocks. Now, most options expire worthless because people buy them, they'll sell them, etc. But that's, I guess, the big reason why it's incredibly valuable to learn, especially in a market like this where your cash outlay is pretty low. The problem as of late is the IV has been ridiculous. When the VIX is super high like that, you're going to pay $6, $7 for something that's like 20 points out of the money. That's a ripoff, total ripoff.
Yeah.
But they can get away with it because you're finding more retail traders going via options, because options are, I'd say, less expensive, but I would argue they're more expensive if you don't know what you're doing with them. Because, like, at least with equities, if you buy, let's just say, one share of Walmart for $94, it might go to $92, but you can kind of count on Walmart not going to zero, at least for a really long period of time. Whereas options will expire, or will go to zero by that said date. So, like in this case, Friday, for the options I have right now in LMT. Pretty amazing, though. They're at $1.70 now. Man, I'm making more money off these options than the shares.
That's great. Keep cranking them.
That's crazy. Actually, I'm going to take a few off here. Hold on. I'll take 6. So I'll leave 4 to go. Now 5. Let's do 5. So half. That basically, now the good news is with that option trade is literally I can hold this could go to zero by Friday, and I don't care because I've banked enough profit to pay for the trade, which is kind of cool. And if it starts to accelerate to the upside, I mean, that's what I'd love to see, but I mean, I might be open to do like a private weekend thing, or maybe I'll put, I don't know. Options can just get, people can ask like 1,000 questions around options, and there's a ton of other, I'd say, more qualified experts out there, but I use them quite a bit now. That was my goal this year. There goes LMT, baby.
Go smoking now.
Wow.
Oh my God. Wow. Huge trade for me.
There's my 460 print. Yes. Okay. Hold on. Let me get out of there. So, by the way, these are worth $290 now. So I paid 77 cents. They're worth $285 now.
Wow.
So 2 G's, baby. Just like that.
Yeah, and I'm that right there will do it for me, traders. I'm done for the day. Big time day for me today, including that. I'm so happy that DVG got on that bandwagon there. Good strategy. Love to hear you walking it through like that, talking it through, and then to see the explosive candle up here. I came out of all shares right here because I just don't need the exposure for the rest of the day. Otherwise, if I was sitting here, being a chart watcher for the day, I'd probably leave some on and keep it rolling. But as a trader, my day's over, right? So again, you rest very well tonight with a big, and maybe
steak dinner.
President Trump would say something here too. A big day.
We call it. It's not very big. It's a big day. We call it. Everybody calls it that.
Yeah. So I laugh every time. I know Clifton's just dying right now, just because the voice is so spot on. It never gets old to me. But anyway, and we're running right now with LMT. But
The
anyway,
44 Trading Room, the most tremendous stock trading channel in the world, I say. Everybody loves it here. Nobody likes everybody else. They love 44 Trading. It's a great place. Scott Malatesta, the absolute genius behind this place.
maybe we should name it 47 Trading after you, President Trump.
Oh, dang. I don't know about all that.
Anyway, so traders, again, focused on the day. To me, today would be a great day, in my own opinion, to swing trade a few things as long as this market finishes on high. But that's going to do it for me. A tremendous day. We're batting 1,000 today. Take the
Amazing.
profits, put them in the
Amazing.
bank, come back tomorrow with all the powder dry, be thankful, and be thankful for what you have. Be thankful for what you've done today. Be thankful for all of the information that you're able to put in for the day. And we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Same place, same time. I'll be here tomorrow. DVG will be here tomorrow. If you followed any of the trades today, I think you're batting 1,000 here today. I did not have a losing trade today, and that's always good for the bottom line. So I'll see everybody tomorrow. DVG, sleep well tonight, my brother, and thank you for coming in today. Great trading again. Thank you for LMT. I'll be enjoying dinner on LMT this evening.
You got it.
God bless you all. Godspeed. Clifton, take care, brother, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
I mean, I'm not too far behind them. Like, I'll keep. I took some of the shares off of LMT to take literally almost 100% of that risk off, and I'm leaving. I'm actually going to take maybe 2 more here. So I'll leave 3 contracts to run on LMT. Literally a freebie trade. Amazing, amazing. I love when it works out that way. It doesn't always, but pretty excited about that. As far as Amazon goes, guys, we're at 174. I said 174.60 is kind of where I want to be as a target. We're at 174.23. So no complaints there. I'll probably take some off here in a moment because we're likely going to see some overhead resistance here in a moment. So I'm not going to be too greedy about it. I'm looking to see if we get one more spike in Amazon. And if it does, I'll be right there to collect because looking at markets more broadly, we got MSTR starting to roll over. JPM holding 233 nicely. Tesla trying to get up to that, 237 and hold. We know that became a new level, I'd say, to watch here on Tesla. And then, as far as LMT goes, guys, we just cracked 461. Let's go. What else? TSM's up at 151. Would like to see more out of it, so I'll probably just hang on to that a little longer. And other than that, you might be curious to hold on a second. I think Scott's buzzing us. I'm gonna just mute his mic. Sorry, Scott. Is that better, guys? Sounded like I had a bumblebee in my ear there for a second. All right, hon. Yeah, guys, look, I've got a ton that I'd love to share with the community, etc. Just between, I spent a lot of time over the weekend just doing a bunch of research that, frankly, we're not really hearing in the media, which I want to say it's funny because it's not the right word that I'm thinking of. But it is. I think it would benefit the crew a bit. So stay tuned on that. Again, it's not going to be like some formal layout, but maybe just more of like a podcast style with Scott. Just have a conversation. I don't know. So stay tuned on that. And like I said, if you don't have the notifications, there's a little phone icon up at the top left of your screen. Click on it, download it, and then literally it says like send me notifications. So if we end up doing a session that's not going to be posted on YouTube, just for members only, you'll get that notification on your favorite mobile device, and then hopefully you guys can join us. But with that, guys, not too bad a day. Not too bad. LMT trade, that was pretty awesome. I just can't believe I made that much money on these options that quick. A 460 target, we banged it, boom, get paid. So again, markets are kind of rolling over a little bit, so I may take a little bit of Amazon. I mean, just everything that I have long right now, I'll take a little bit off. I'm looking for the big push. 445.10 on the Qs is the area I'm watching or aiming for, kind of mentally for a big level. 445.10, and then SPY all the way up to, you got it, 533. So I think we start kind of locking in some of these levels. It'll make more of the long-term investors comfortable. What we really don't want is to start seeing some progressive selling right now. And obviously news can happen, which let's hope it doesn't. But we do have money supply, M2 money supply coming out at 1 o'clock, and the 2-year note auction also at 1 o'clock. And then we have Kashkari speaking at 2 o'clock today, which any one of those, and M2, I would say, is just kind of like part of the information that we're going to be using as a data point. Wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing that M2 money supply constrict a little bit, given that, what Fed's trying to do, but who knows? We could get a surprise there. I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on Australia. We've been talking about Australia and Argentina quite a bit lately. It's kind of foreign markets I've been keeping an eye on. And maybe a few items in the DAX. I haven't picked out what I like yet. But anyways, guys, great session today. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe. It helps us. Trust me when I tell you, we need the help. We're trying to grow this thing. If you're thinking about joining and having a great community, learning about stocks, learning about options, equities, futures, derivatives, latest news, whatever, right? My goal, my dream, my passion is to help people understand what you don't get taught in schools, and that's how to understand markets, and frankly, like in some cases, how money works. So, look, appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for being part of the 44 Trading Nation. I'll see you guys tomorrow at the Open. Cheers. God bless.